Hello there. The first drawing stream on YouTube and also has been a while on Twitch. How are you doing, everybody? So, the plan is that I'm just gonna go ahead and do some studies on snow leopards and cheetahs. I have already some prepared. And those are basically the studies I have done so far. So basically what I still need to do, there we go, is to get more practice. And I've been thinking, well, why not combine it and do practice while I'm streaming, and I can hang out with you. So, that's the plan. And you can just chat with me about whatever you want. It's just a chill time together. And so... oh yeah, also, of course, my cats are here. And I am here over here, if you wonder. And they're very sleepy right now. Very sleepy. Well then, so first thing I have to think about is what kind of pose I would like to do. So for snow leopards, I'm gonna start with snow leopards because I started with those. And we'll just keep that order. So... I suppose a sitting snow leopard is still missing here. And as for cheetahs, I still have to sort it a little bit. This guy is completely out of place. Well, we'll see later. For now, I'm gonna start here. Let's see. Also, this reminds me I have the wrong references open. Here we go. Oh, I can also look at cute snow leopard pictures. Actually, let me think. I should get some practice in for front perspective. Let me also check if it's actually working. Yeah, Okay. I'm very unsure about all of this stuff right now and if it's working correctly because it's the first time I'm using this restream service. But so far, it seems to be working just fine, which is a huge relief. Ah, that's very good to hear. I did make sure to test everything beforehand and do test recordings, so I can hear myself, that audio and image is clear and all. But of course, I cannot exactly see and hear it as the viewers through the live stream. So that's good to hear. Thank you for telling me. It's a bit too large. Also, and how are you doing? I hope you had a nice Saturday so far. Mine's been a bit stressful because I've been setting up everything for the stream. And some things didn't want to work out quite as I wanted to in the first go. But eventually, as you can see, I figured it out. Ah, that's good to hear, Psycho. Psycho Fox. And I'm glad that you have the time to hang out with me. Hey there, Alyssa. How are you doing? I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Is it Alyssa or Eliza? Good to hear that you're doing good. The first one. Ah, wonderful. Got it right in first try. Actually, I'm gonna change a little bit. Oh, welcome there, Reblitz. Hello, hello. Ah, and also, hello there, Lonely Crow. And thank you. I'm glad that you like my videos. Yes, Undertale music is indeed quite chill. I rushed a little bit to assemble a playlist for the streams. It's quite short, so in about 2 hours or so it will repeat. But the music that I did get is quite nice. I had to make sure that the artists are okay with me using their music on my streams. So it took a bit longer to look that up. You're gonna see that I'm not quite as confident in drawing right now as I would like to be, since these are still studies and practices. So I'm still in the process of figuring things out, just with my talking. Well, and yeah, you will see me correcting things quite a lot, but that's just how it is. You will see how I'm actually working normally. So for those of you who are interested in that, maybe it could be interesting to watch. And of course, if you have any feedback for me, if you're seeing that something is not quite looking right, then feel free to just tell me, and actually would appreciate it. I think it's actually too long. And also I think it is quite nice to draw something yourself while watching a drawing stream, or any kind of stream actually. This is basically what I do all the time. And so feel free to do the same. I would love to be of help to maybe inspire you to draw something yourself. And you know, it's nice to have a bit of company around while you're drawing. At least I think so. think I can move on to the next. I'm a dummy. Why do I forget the tail? Jeez. Especially for a snow leopard. We're not supposed to forget the tail. They have the fluffiest tail after all. Well then. Let's move on. You're preparing a video about drawing, and it's fun practice. Drawing along, you give quite a good advice. Well, thank you. And I hope everything will go well with your video. And I'm actually quite curious about it. What kind of video are you doing? Is it also some kind of tutorial video? Oh, I see. I think it's actually a very useful video. Because, you know, knowing how to learn is a skill by itself, I think. Like, to know where to look up things and what to look for. I mean, that's part of my work too, after all. And so, yeah, it's very useful. I'm looking forward to see that. And there are lots of free materials and sources out there for sure. So if you don't have the money, it doesn't mean that you cannot educate yourself. Because there are plenty of sources out there. But I guess a lot of people just simply don't know that. Mostly to motivate people to start working on a goal, but actually showing how much a beginner can improve when you take the time to work hard. Yes, I absolutely agree with that. And yeah, I suppose doing the first step is always the hardest. Or let's say the first couple of first steps. Because it can be quite intimidating. But once you feel the improvement, and improvement will come quickly if you practice correctly, then that by itself can be a lot of motivational, a good source of motivational energy to keep on going. This one is a cool track, but I'm not quite sure if it's suited as music for my drawing streams. I think it's a bit too dark, but oh well. I would have loved to include much more music from the guy who's playing right now, Family Jewels. But most of his stuff is a bit too heavy for the drawing streams. Even though I'd like to listen to more energetic music while I'm drawing, because it keeps me awake and a bit more focused and chill music, which tends to make me tired. But I also have to think about the viewers on my stream, of course. And I think there could be a few people who would not appreciate the heavy type of music, as to say. But next time, I will curate a longer and better playlist. Hoko, you come to me, but then the people cannot see you. Come, get back over there, huh? Come on, join me. Come on. I know you want to cuddle with me, but we can do that later, Over there. Climb up there, that's also okay. You're in cuddle mode. Hoko made me quite worried during the past week. Oh, come on, Hoko. Come on, stay over there. Oh, you're purring like crazy. Come on, lay down over here. So people can see you. Pat, 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 pat. She made me quite worried because a week ago I found a little spot in her eye, in her right eye, and it looked kind of suspicious. And with suspicious I mean could have been potentially a tumor. Now ever since then the spot has become much smaller, and I've been to the vet and they said that well, they verified that it got smaller, so it's not just me imagining things. And yeah, the most likely explanation is that she just got some kind of trauma while maybe playing with Hanami, something like that, and therefore got a little bit of like a little injury in her eye, but it should heal. It can't be for certain right now, so therefore next week I'm gonna go to the vet again and we'll see. And if it has gone back almost completely, probably we don't need to do anything. So it's just a matter of waiting and observing. But oh gosh, the trip to the vet has been quite something, because she's not used to it anymore. There wasn't really a reason the past couple of years, basically ever since I got her. Oh, Hoko, well, okay, you stay with me. People can still see Hanami after all. Yeah, so she was really not okay with being transported to the vet. But it was amazing how quickly she calmed down once we were at the vet in the waiting room. I made sure to do my best to calm her down and give her all the pets and scratches. But then she even got kind of tired actually over there. And during the examination, she was totally fine. Like, she wasn't budging at all, she wasn't doing any noises. She was so brave and well behaved. Even the vet was kind of amazed by that. Suppose it's not very usual for cats to be so calm. And on the way back home she was also quite calm and cooperative. And once we got back home, it didn't take that long and she was just her old self. I was worried that she might get depressed or mad at me even, because I dragged her to the vet after all. But no, it was totally fine. And she was cuddling with me again and all that stuff. Behaving like normal. That was quite a relief. We still have to go again, but probably it will go much more smoothly than the first time. Yeah, I think it was not it's not the best music to tell a story like that. A bit like, oh my god. What's going on? What happened to his cat? Oh my god. Everything's okay. Nothing dramatic has happened. Oops. I mostly draw digitally. I have to admit, I kind of got spoiled over the years, and I just enjoy all the tools that are available when you work digitally. But every now and then I'm also drawing with normal pencils. Sorry. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. That's gonna be a common theme in my streams, because Hanami here has something like a chronic, how do you call it in English? She has some kind of chronic condition when she has to cough and, well, sneeze quite a lot. That's also the origin of her name, by the way. And yeah, whenever that happens, I have to take a short break and make sure that she's okay. I mean, she's okay, like, don't misunderstand, she's totally fine. It's just every now and then the snot has to get out that is accumulating, and it's constantly accumulating. But other than that, she's totally fine and normal, so please, no worries. Of course, it sucks that she has to deal with it, and also I have to deal with it, but it's okay. It's fine. Now we don't have a kitty. Hoko, are you gonna come? I know you love hanging out right next to me, but don't you wanna show Cute little face. And also, by the way, welcome, Chili. Also, nice to have you here. There we go. Also, whenever you see me pulling on a rope over there on the other side, it is connected with the handle of my door. And this is just simply how I close the door. And I don't completely close the door because then the cats can't go in and out. So I just lean it closed and they can open it by themselves, and when it's opened I have to close, like lean it back closed. And I'm lazy, I don't want to stand up all the time, so I just have this rope here and there we go. I mean, I can also open the door from here when I just pull it over here to the front. So I have a bit of versatility. But oh well. There we go. So I guess whenever you see me pulling on a rope, then you know one of the cats has left the room. And also Hoko has left us now. Oh no. You not wanna come over here? You wanna play maybe? Come. Up. Come here. Huh? Ah! There we go. Actually, I can do this while I'm playing with her. There we go. Huh? You're not quite that playful, but still a little bit, huh? Ah. Do you maybe wanna come up here? Huh? Ah, there we go.
Again. Wait.
And Hanami has entered the room again. I think she has woken up. Hanami, we're getting active now. You also maybe want to play? I guess this music is quite appropriate now. Good timing. Well, almost, because it's not about cats but dogs, but oh well. I love when she does the snort. I don't know if the mic can pick it up. I think my noise gate is a bit too high for that. Don't eat it. I mean, if she eats it, then it's fine, because this string is out of natural materials. No issue, but still, I would prefer if you don't eat it. Wow! Oh, kitty boo. Boop. You're funny. Alright. Maybe let's get back to drawing. Oh, Hanami? Wanna come over here? Ah. Or maybe let's also play with Hanami. Otherwise it would be unfair, wouldn't it? Not quite exactly, but what? Well, maybe you're still tired. Oh. Huh? This is almost pathetic. Okay, well then, I guess you're not in the mood. Welcome, Jumpmajoy. Oh man, so what do you think would happen if your cat ever meets a Rottweiler? I don't know. I don't know what kind of Rottweiler it is. Maybe it's a friendly one. That is could very well be a possibility. But there probably would be quite careful at first, I would assume. Your cat is chunky too. She had a lot of fur. Well, we're still in the middle of winter. It could be a bit too early, but also I don't know how the weather has been in your area. I don't exactly know how the fur shedding is working and if there is some kind of built-in clock or if it's more temperature dependent. I suppose they have a built-in clock because otherwise why would indoor cats also have winter and summer fur? So I guess so. So right now it would be a bit too late if you're in the northern hemisphere, that is, of course. Yeah. But well, but I do have to say I have no idea about young cats. Actually never lived together with a really young cat. My two cats are the third what's the word, generation, but well, the first generation was already living with my mother before I was even born. And of course I don't really remember the first couple of years of my life, so don't really know their first years. And then the second generation has been from the shelter, and they also, I don't remember how old they were, but they weren't quite that young yet. And those two, Hanami here and Toko, I got them from the animal shelter when they were 8. Yeah, cats are not loyal like dogs. Cats just use people for home and food, but a dog is straight up family. Well, it is true that cats aren't quite as loyal, and I mean, I always say that I'm they let me live with them, not the other way around. And I'm just their servant. But it's a bit exaggerated, and cats can be very can grow very close to a human person and be genuinely affectionate. But it's just a different kind of affection compared to a dog. And dogs are usually more group orientated animals. So it's in their nature to be around other people, other members of their kind. But yeah, to me, my cats are absolutely like family. And my previous cats too. What's my favorite thing to draw? Well, like with many things, it depends on the mood I am in, but just general topics wise, I do like drawing animals a lot, which probably is no surprise. Um, yeah, but every now and then I also like to do fan art stuff. Some cartoon characters or video game characters. Hmm. Quite happy with how this is turning out. Have you ever tried painting in only shadow and light without a strict sketch? Quite the experience. Um, not, let me think, but not really. I always do some kind of sketch at first because I feel more comfortable like that. But I do want to practice painting or drawing without a sketch. And only in shadow and light. It's a very neat style indeed. I would like to do. Well, maybe some of the special drawings I do in the future could be in that kind of style. I also want to experiment a bit more around with styles in general and compositions. Get out of my comfort zone, you know? We'll see. I do have a little bit of experience with Japanese ink washing techniques, or also called sumie, and that I mostly did without sketches. And it's quite nice because it's hard to describe, but it's kind of a liberating feeling to just paint ahead and um, not worry too much about the exact proportions. But you know, let's just put feeling into your brush or pen and you know, whatever is the result, it's just you're gonna just go with the flow. I don't know. I haven't done that in a long time though. Because, well, I've been mostly focusing on the tutorial stuff. And in that case, I do have to be exact. Um, I can't just be winging it and going with the flow. but I gotta know what I'm doing. I'm quite slow at drawing right now because I'm not quite as experienced yet with drawing and talking at the same time. But well, even slow progress is progress after all.
Hi, Carlos. Hi, Carlos.
Tried Japanese inking styles myself, but I really wanted to get into some extreme inking stuff. Line art is quite fun, quite stylized and I guess tough is the word. Stylized and communicative. Yeah, it is very challenging. It's definitely not the easiest style for sure, because you need a lot of control over the brush that you're using. And I did that for a while, but I'm still really bad at this, to be quite honest. You have to have perfect control over how you pull and push your brush, how much pressure you apply, and how much height you use. Like, if you're just slightly hovering over the paper, or like going really into it. There's a lot to it for sure, but I really love looking at the artworks of some traditional Japanese artists. Well, they don't have to be Japanese, of course, in order to paint in that style, but you know what I mean. And it's a very minimalistic style, but so pleasing to look at, and it has such a calm and naturalistic atmosphere to it, and I really love it. Actually, one of the next drawings that I want to do for the next tutorials, I want to do that in a style that is close to that
Nope.
ink washing style. I wish there wouldn't be these like end sequences with the people talking in the music. Oh well. It's a bit too long actually. We have long tails, but not that long. Yeah. There we go. Also, the tail could be a bit thicker. That's okay. Let's go and draw the lines. Since it's just a practice drawing, I also shouldn't I shouldn't invest too much time into it, because it's not necessary. What is going on here? I am not... Ah, okay, there we go. looking at snow leopards and your drawing, I think you are doing really well, really good. Especially with the eyes, and I was wondering what your native language is. First of all, thank you. I think I still need a bit more practice, but good to hear that you like it so far. My native language is German, actually. I come from Austria. And I suppose I can't hide the fact that English is not my native language. Even though I try, but oh well. As long as people can understand me. Oh, you just started studying German. And your language is Danish. Ah, interesting. I don't really know much about Danish, so I don't know how close it is to German. Well, wish you a lot of fun learning German. I do have to say I'm kind of lucky that I have German as a native language, because learning it from scratch, or just simply not having it as a native language and then having to learn it, is quite difficult, at least as far as I can tell from other people. And I've been actually trying to teach German, or like helping with the studies of some Japanese language exchange partners. Years ago, actually, so it's been quite a while. And then I noticed how difficult it is for me to explain how the German grammar is working. Because to me it just feels natural. I just grew up with it, and therefore I know if it sounds right or wrong. But actually understanding the rules is just oof. And I certainly felt the struggle with my language exchange partners. Well, there was also the additional issue that their native language was Japanese, so it's quite different compared to learning German when your native language is also another German language, another European language. And there's Hoko again. Hey there. My screen is having some issues again. Recently I figured out how to use my screen on my PC. For the longest time I didn't know that, and I thought it just didn't work. And then I figured a little trick out that it's just not explained at all, and now I finally can use it in that way. But it is having some connection issues every now and then. The screen is blinking. It's no big deal, but it's annoying. It hinders me a little bit. What kind of music am I most into? Well, once again, a very boring answer, but it depends on my mood. I do have to say, I like metal music actually a lot, but also calm, kind of classical music too, jazz, even also music in the techno variety, like retro wave, for example. I like that quite a lot, and all sorts of other stuff. I also like traditional Japanese folk music, and yeah, the list is long. So it's actually easier to list the music that I'm not into than the other way around. And that would be, well, I don't exactly like so-called German Schlager music. Schlager. It is painful to listen to. I do have to say, and yeah, also not the greatest fan of club music. But other than that, most stuff is alright. You're into metal yourself. How extreme my taste goes? Not all too extreme. Like I'm personally not too much into like screaming kind of metal. Like I don't know if there is a word for it, if it's a specific genre, but I don't like it has a certain name, but I don't remember it right now. But yeah. But it can go quite heavy every now and then, for sure. Oh yeah, and video game music is also something I quite enjoy. If it wasn't obvious enough already. Have I heard of Kim Chung-yi? One of your favorite artists. Yes, I did hear of him. But I don't know much about him. But what I've been seeing from him, he seems to be very good, for sure. Yeah, most people don't like the screaming much. I think it's pretty much a special talent. Yeah, for sure. I don't doubt that at all. I mean, it would absolutely kill my voice if I would even attempt to do it. I'm certain of it. And I'm amazed how they can have whole concerts with that screaming. That must have taken so much practice over such a long period of time, I'm sure. I hope they don't actually destroy the voice and like 10 years later they are not able to talk anymore. You know, they don't have that kind of issue commonly. I don't know. I'm not very educated in that regard. But I also do have to say that most of the music that I do enjoy is actually instrumental music. It takes a bit more for me to also enjoy music with vocals in it. Yeah, we have a local death metal band and the singer is a female and she's named Satan by the public. Ah yes, the public. I hope they just mean it jokingly and not they're gonna go run after her with pitchforks. Well, most of my friends are also into metal music, of all kinds actually. And you know, they are also very sweet, even though they like the dark and like almost satanic kind of sounding metal music. But then normally they're just very nice people. I suppose, yes. It is good to have some kind of outlet for your anger and frustration. It also helped me a lot. But I guess that's also part of the reason why I'm not listening to metal music all that much nowadays, because I don't have that much anger to let out anymore, if that makes sense. You do screams, and yeah, it's a lot of practice. You have to really focus on not hurting your voice, not just for health, but endurance at performing. Yeah. Interesting to know that you also do that. And I hope you keep on taking good care of your voice. Well, I suppose every now and then I should explain what I'm actually doing here, since I'm pretty sure there are some new viewers. So I'm doing studies on snow leopards and cheetahs, as the title of the stream suggests. And these are the studies that I've done so far, and it's just a plain old, you know, method that I go for since several years at this point. And I just deconstruct photos and models and try to reconstruct them by myself and analyze it and all this stuff. So yeah, and then get to the practice part, and you see I already did some practices by myself and try to figure out how to draw them with the techniques and the information that I learned from the analysis stuff here, and attempt to get as good looking results as possible in a consistent manner. And once I am confident enough in my skills and I learned enough, then I can actually do the drawings for the tutorial themselves and also prepare everything and script and you know the rest. And so that's for the snow leopard, and for the cheetah I also have quite a lot so far. As you can see. And I hope that I will also have time to do a cheetah today too. However, seeing how slow I am going, I might not have the time, or the stream would go way too long. So I'm right now just at the outlining part, and I still have to do the coloring and all that stuff, but oh well. It's productive. Well, I've tried to be productive. Sometimes it's hard to get the motivation. It's okay. Actually, I know what you mean. And yes, English sometimes is difficult. But I wouldn't really have that much of an easier time if I would talk in German, because I'm just bad at talking in general. But well, I'm also trying to get better in that regard. And also, let me say thank you to all of you for hanging out with me. It is very nice and quite chill. It's very pleasant to talk with you. I did feel quite nervous before starting, because it's the first time that I stream on YouTube and I didn't quite know what to expect. And streaming like exclusively on Twitch was not really quite working out. Didn't really have people talking with me, but I'm very glad how this is turning out. And I feel much more comfortable and calmer now. There we go. Every now and then Clip Studio is just not recognizing my pen properly, and in that case I have to save everything and restart the program. Oh well, it's just a few seconds. We were considering streaming gaming on Twitch, but no idea how that would turn out. Nowadays I think it's a bit difficult if you don't have an already established viewership. Because if you don't have already some viewers, it's hard to get discovered. And also it depends on what kind of games you're playing, as far as I know. But there are still some niches that you can go for. But if you're playing something that most people play, then it's quite difficult. Sorry. Yeah, there's quite a lot to streaming games. But speaking of, I also would like to stream some games in the future too, but not on YouTube obviously, because my YouTube channel is about art. But on Twitch maybe. Yeah, well, I did stream some games in the past on Twitch, and I would like to resume that. And also, yeah, sorry I missed that message. Thank you, Lonely Crow. I'm very glad to read that. I'm not going to stream all that much, because I still will mainly focus on producing tutorials after all. And the only part that I can stream from the work routine of preparing tutorials is just basically this part here. And yeah, I mean, I can also talk about that. So I cannot really stream in these parts here, like the analysis stuff. Hanami, do you have to sneeze again? Come on. I think she can hold it back. Because, you know, it's just mainly tracing and writing stuff, and I have to think a lot, and it's hard to talk during that stuff too, and it's just not the most interesting to watch anyways. And yeah, and then I do the first practices, and I also don't really want to stream that because I'm still figuring things out. So the only part that I am going to stream is basically when I'm almost done with the practices, and I'm just doing some extra practices on stream when I already, for the most part at least, know how to draw the topic that I'm going for. And the steps after that I can't really stream either, because the drawings that I would do for the tutorials themselves, I don't really want to show them because it's kind of spoilery, you know. It doesn't matter all that much, but still. Also, also most of these drawings I'm recording too, and while I do the recordings, it's hard to stream also at the same time while recording, because while I'm doing the recording, I want to have a continuous workflow so I can do the time lapse easily. But if I have all these breaks in between, like right now when I talk to you, then I have to edit them out all the time, and that's tedious. So yeah, so those are all reasons why I also don't want to stream that. And obviously I can't really stream the video editing and all that stuff. Like, this is not drawing, this is something different. And also, again, spoilers. Yeah. So the idea is that, again, as I said before, I'm only gonna stream those kind of practice drawings. And also I would like to do some extra streams as filling content, basically, as filler content, so that I can ensure that more or less have some kind of content every week. This is what I want to go for this year, that I get to that point where I can actually bring something out every week, because last year has been quite scarce in terms of content, because I was only doing tutorials and they take quite a long time. So I have a few ideas for streams, and most of them will have to do with my channel in general. Like, I can already tell you the first idea that I have is just simply making emotes for my Discord channel, Discord server, because I think it would be fun to have my cats or my little mink as little emotes in different emotions, and yeah, it's just for fun. And who knows, those emotes can also maybe be used for for YouTube itself. If I get to the point where, you know, people can become members and all that fancy stuff. I don't know. That's still far in the future. And I could do some other drawing projects, some special ones on stream. And of course, if you have some kind of suggestions or ideas, then feel free to tell me these. But yeah, there will be probably only one stream every month or so, one, two, maybe sometimes 2 streams per month. This is what I expect. It's hard to say, of course, because I don't know what's gonna look like in the future. But yeah, I would definitely love to stream more often. Oh, that's cool. Of course, everybody's welcome on my Discord channel. I'm glad to have more people on there. There's a link to my Discord channel in the description. And yeah, I'm glad to have you in the community. Would be awesome. I need to find out a way to remove those parts because it's confusing me every time when they're suddenly talking. Yeah. It would be neat if I also find the time to do some community activities on Discord. There are still not that many people on there, but once there are more members, I would love to do some more stuff. Like, for example, there are plenty of drawing games that you can do online. That you can play as a group, and that would be quite neat. Well, it's the first stream, so from the beginning I didn't expect to have like dozens of viewers. But it's alright, it's still quite chill with you. Even if it would be just one person talking in chat, I would still appreciate it a lot. And well, the viewers on YouTube are obviously bound to the number of subscribers I have on YouTube. I don't think that there are many tools for discoverability for live streams on YouTube. Like, who is going to YouTube and looking for live streams? I mean, I don't know, but compared to Twitch, I think there are far less. I'm streaming to Twitch at the same time, but I don't really have an established viewership on Twitch yet. So there's that's also the thing. But on Twitch there are more chances for getting discovered, so who knows what the future will bring. Thank you, Reblitz. Very kind of you to say. I'm just trying my best. Also thank you, Lonely Crow. Crow. Well, gold mine. I haven't seen much gold yet. I don't know about that. On YouTube there, other kind of stuff is more popular. There is not that much demand for drawing tutorials compared to other kinds of videos, I suppose. But that's okay. I do what I enjoy doing, trying my best, and we'll see if it works out or not. It's all that I can do. And as long as I'm still able to help some people with drawing, then I'm happy. Great channel, just needs more exposure. Thank you, Psycho Fox. Very, very kind of you to say. I appreciate it. And yeah, well, exposure, that's what it's boiling down to. We'll see. Getting a massive internet controversy that bound to bring people. Yeah, that brings in people for sure. It's quite an effective method. There we go. But do I want to have that kind of exposure? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it's perfect. I get all these angry people on my channel, and then they see my videos, and they're perfect for, you know, calming down. Trying to create that chill atmosphere after all, and then, hey, by the way, if you're angry, check out my tutorial videos. But then again, I don't know how to be genuinely controversial. Like, people would find out that I'm just trying to pretend to be controversial and provocative. I'm not a very good liar, I have to say. I'm saying that out of experience. People usually know when there's something up. The perfect plan. On paper, absolutely. But I think I won't really do well in the execution. Okay, so this is kind of random, but I remember seeing this video about a desktop goose that can steal your cursor and put images and stuff on the screen. So imagine trying that while drawing. The goose is everywhere. We're not safe. The goose has transcended and into the virtual realm. Very funny video idea for sure. I wonder, do I have some kind of indicator here on Streamlabs to see how long the stream has been going? Doesn't seem like it. I wonder why there's no such thing. I remember in the past there was something like that. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. $1.50, okay. Well, thank you. I do have to say, drawing snow leopards is still quite challenging to me because of the long fur, and I'm still not as confident with drawing long fur, even after all that time. I don't know. It's hard to figure out, at least to me. Something like a cheetah, for example, is much easier because of that. This time I'm gonna skip that song. I think I will remove it out of the playlist because it's not quite suited for the stream. Oh yeah, that's right. Why didn't I think of it? You're also making music. Well, you don't have to make music specifically for my streams, of course. But if it's alright with you, and I always ask for permission beforehand, then I would love to use some of your music too, especially the song that you made for me. It would be most appropriate and quite delightful. And of course, as you can see on the screen, your name would show up, and so you would properly be credited. So yeah. If there's anybody wondering from whom that music is coming from, then they can easily look it up from the scrolling titles. Oh, that's neat. It doesn't have to be necessarily video game music. I mean, most of the music that is playing in my playlist right now are covers from video game music, but it's more of a coincidence rather than, you know, me going for that on purpose. It's just simply that I know a couple of, like, a lot of artists, musicians that, well, do video game music. Okay, I can see it. It's a bit too round looking. A bit better now. Okay, let's move on to the coloring. I did figure out a new technique for coloring, for getting the base color at least. That you might wonder what I'm doing right now, but it will make sense. Oops. Stack. Okay, I'm confused. Okay, let's go back. Okay, what? Sorry. When I'm merging the layers, I have this weird spot there, and I have no idea where it's coming from. have no clue. Well, it doesn't actually matter. Now that I think of it. Ah, that. It's that thing, okay. Sorry about that. Just confused myself here. Apparently I cut off one of my color palettes at some point. It was still remaining. There we go. So. And now just filling out everything. And it's looking quite messy, but I will take care of it. I'm just gonna go for the base layer so I can clip all the other layers on top of that, and it will make it much easier to paint. How long does it take me to study a specific animal? Well, it depends how much experience I already have with that kind of animal. So here with the snow leopards and cheetahs, it didn't take me as long as it took me when I was doing tigers and lions, because those were the first the first batch of big cats that I had to research. But all of the big cats have strong similarities to each other, of course, because I guess it goes without saying, and therefore a lot of what I learned for drawing tigers, for example, and I can apply on snow leopards and so on and so forth. But if I have to start with something completely new, then it also again depends on how difficult and complex it is to draw the animal. So I did dolphins, for example, and those were completely new. Like didn't have any similarities with wolves or cats or minks, the animals that I had as topics before the dolphins. However, dolphins are very simple in their body structure, so they also, together with the killer whales, didn't take me that long. So once again, I go for the boring answer and just say it depends. But to give you some numbers, I guess, but starting with a completely new animal probably will take me a month or so, at least. Or at least like 3 weeks or 4 weeks, something like that. And it can go up quite high. So for example, I feel quite intimidated to go for birds, because I feel like they would be quite difficult to draw, you know, to figure out how to draw feathers in general, because I have no idea right now. And the body's anatomy is also very different from what I'm used to. I certainly would love to go for birds at some point, but also, oof, I feel a bit intimidated. So, for example, it also took me quite a long time when I went for cats, for the first cat tutorial video. I mean, not the very first, that was my absolutely first video, but then, you know, the one about the general anatomy. That took me several months, actually. There of course were some similarities to wolves, but not that much. And I really want to make sure that I get it right, because it was about cats after all. But yeah, when I study in an animal, I try to be as precise as possible, as have my studies be extensive as possible. So I gather whatever I can, basically. So whatever I can find for skeletal structures, for muscle structures. If there are some 3D models, then that's great. And go for lots of photo references and just get as much as possible. And for popular animals, there are of course more materials that I can gather. So for example, for snow leopards, there wasn't as much as for tigers, for example. And that kind of makes it take a bit longer too, because if there are more materials, then obviously there is more to look at and more to analyze. Which is a good thing, of course, but it takes me a bit longer. But then I can make extra sure that I get things right. Do I watch or read other people's tutorials? Sometimes. Sometimes I do. Again, it depends on the topic. For example, for animal tutorials I actually don't really, because not that many go that much into detail as for the anatomy and stuff, which is fine because you don't quite need it if you like don't want to be super precise, and what I explain is more of an extra than absolutely necessary. Like, yeah, I could do tutorials without that, all that anatomy stuff, or like most of the anatomy stuff that I normally explain, and it would still be okay. But yeah, I still want to be as precise as possible after all, because then I also feel more comfortable publishing the tutorial myself. But yeah, for other kinds of topics, I do sometimes look at other people's tutorials to gain some ideas for techniques. I did that, for example, for my rose tutorial, because I had no idea how to draw flowers. So their tutorials gave me some inspiration for coming up with a technique on my own. But basically all the time, like every single time, I'm not really copying anybody, but it's just for me to help myself come up with my own techniques that work for me personally, and then I share it with others. About that time to go grind rank at 3 in the morning. Thanks for streaming. Oh, yep. Thanks for hanging out here. Was very glad to have you here. And yeah, I suppose it's quite late. I mean, it's also late over here in Austria after all, but since my sleep schedule is quite chaotic right now. Well, not chaotic, but unusual, let's say that. I have no problems with tiredness right now. That was weird. Oh well. Don't do that again, Clip Studio. Oh, Hoko. What did you dream, huh? So boo boo. I do like this song a lot, but I almost feel that it's a bit too calm for my stream. I'm sure it's fine. But yeah, I don't want to get tired while drawing. Finally, I'm done with the base color layer. Now I can paint over that. It's a bit tedious to prepare it, but then the later steps will be much easier because I don't have to worry about staying inside the lines or anything. And I still have a somewhat soft border. Okay. And just make it white. You don't see it anymore, but it's still there. Alright. Go for the shading. Have I ever considered drawing buildings? I find traditional Japanese houses fascinating. I haven't tried to draw them though. I did a little bit of drawing buildings. Well, at least in my tutorial about arbitrary shapes in perspective, I did draw some buildings. Other than that, not really much, but I would love to. It's just the thing that right now I'm mainly focusing on making tutorials. And making tutorials about buildings, I think, is not going to help me a lot for my channel right now. I would love to make some, and if I could afford to, like if I don't have to worry about numbers and the algorithm and that crap, then I would love to go for it. And I absolutely agree, Japanese houses, the traditional Japanese houses are beautiful. I love those a lot, and I remember going to the Japanese embassy because they had a library with all sorts of Japanese books about the Japanese culture and architecture and all that stuff. And I went every now and then over there just simply to go through the library and draw some stuff that I found in these books. And I also did a little bit of studies about the Japanese architecture. It was quite fascinating. But my knowledge in that regard is quite limited. so I don't really know that much about it. But I suppose, well, the most important thing to know for drawing buildings is probably to know how to draw in perspective. And since I already got those basics down, it shouldn't be too hard to figure out some buildings. It's just a matter of complexity. And Japanese buildings can be quite complex after all. They aren't just simple blocks, but they have curves, they have lots of intersections with their wooden structure, and they are interesting, but also therefore makes them more complex.
Like, I'm not gonna be silly, because Carlos is gonna use all of it, and then she was silly. Hi, Carlos. Bye, Carlos. Bye, Carlos. Nope.
Yep.
No.
Maybe this is an unpopular opinion, but I think snakes are pretty cute looking. It's just something about their face. I wouldn't have one as a pet. I think exactly the same. I also think snakes are quite cute. And a couple of other reptiles too. But most of the time whenever I say that, I just get some weirded out looks. Like, what? What is so cute about them? They're poisonous. Yeah, it's as you said, something about their face that looks very cute. But yeah, I also wouldn't have them as pets because you can't really cuddle with a snake or, I don't know, play around with it. I do prefer cats after all. Cats for me are the perfect pets. Yeah, at some point I also would like to make a tutorial about snakes too. I mean, the body structure almost couldn't be easier. It's just, yeah, a long tube. The only thing that probably is a bit more complicated is to get the texture right of their skin. Hey Andrew, welcome, and also thank you for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. I suppose I could again go ahead and explain what I'm actually doing here. Every now and then I should do that. I am doing studies about snow leopards and cheetahs, well, as the title suggests. And right now I am basically at the end phase of my studies. So I already did a lot of analysis stuff, looking at references and constructing them and all that stuff. Oh, Hoko, hey there. And then used what I have learned during the analysis phase by myself and did some practices, and I already did quite a few, and right here on stream I'm doing another one, and I'm basically doing one of the last ones before I move on with the preparations of my tutorial. And I also have one for cheetahs. Let me open this up. There we go. And you can see again a lot of notes and measurements and all this stuff. And I also did a few practices on cheetahs too. And I might do another drawing of a cheetah too. Right now I'm busy with the snow leopard here. I'm trying to make it look nice. Yeah. And it's just basically a chill stream hanging out together, chatting a little bit. You could maybe also go ahead and draw something yourself. Okay. Hoko. The cat is super cuddly once again. Oh my. I don't know, maybe you can hear her purr. Don't bonk into the mic. You're such a sweetie. But you're also a little bit in my way, Hoko. Oh well. Hey there, the one and only C. Welcome. Nice to have you here. Thank you. I am using Clip Studio Paint for drawing. No problem, as long as I'm able to understand what you're trying to say. It's fine. Have I heard of Undertale before? Well, I surely did. I surely did. And actually made a couple of drawing tutorials about their characters. So yeah, I'm a big fan. Oh, so did you. That's awesome. Sans and Chara. That's cool. Back then I did Flowey, Sands and Papyrus. I would have liked to go for more characters. But well, there were other things to make tutorials of. Look at the fan-made friend requests. I see. That's cool. Bad tutorial on S-Rail though. I can totally see that these characters are a bit more difficult to draw. Especially because of the fur and stuff. A drawing suggestion? Or do you have some feedback for my current drawing? What kind of suggestion? I will get to the fur on the chest very soon. Right now I'm focusing on the face. Alright. Welcome back. Yes, let's go ahead. Do I think you will ever become a god streamer? Well, you might become a good streamer, for sure, but ascending to god level, that can be a bit difficult. But yeah, in all seriousness, I have no idea. I don't know you, so I don't know what kind of streamer you are. But yeah, getting started on Twitch can be difficult if you don't already have an established viewership. I'm on YouTube and I have a few subscribers over there, and therefore a few people already know me. I see. So drawing streams. But yeah, it's difficult for sure. But I wish you good luck. And I wish I could give you better advice, but I'm just starting out right here, so I don't really have a clue. Sure, if you keep on trying and keep on improving, eventually you'll get there. Yeah. And if I keep on trying, then eventually I also will get there. Alright? Bye. It was nice to have you here. Wish you a good night too. And thank you a lot for the follow. Alright, Psycho Fox, it was very nice to have you here. And sure, we can certainly talk about the music stuff. I appreciate hanging out here with me and talking. And wish you a good night, good evening, whatever time it is. I wish you a lovely time zone. Good night. Do I have any tips for studying shade and light? I also did a few tutorials about that. Actually in my first year of making tutorials, but I think they are still okay. Any tips though? Well, I'm also still kind of trying to figure things out, especially for shading values. Not that confident in that yet. So, yeah. But if you're looking for like the general physics and how light works and shadows work, then maybe my old videos can help you out a little bit. And then it also depends a lot on the tools you're using. So what helped me a lot is to, like last year I improved a lot simply because I started using a different kind of brush that is capable of color mixing. So I apply some paint and then it smudges over the strokes that I'm doing over that paint, and that is very nice for getting a neat shading texture. But yeah, what I guess basically did, if I could roughly explain what my process was, is I was applying at first very roughly the general values, the brightness values, and made sure that I have a good contrast between the areas that are hit by the light and the other areas, and I have to consider the drop shadows and all that stuff. And well, as for getting good looking shades, what you have to know is, well, having a good spatial what's the word, recognition, like being able to imagine the shapes of the object that you're drawing and being able to understand how it is constructed helps a lot in order to understand where to put the values. For example, here I know that the chest here at the front it's not like a round shape like so, but it's kind of flat, and then you have some round curves, and like these little details in change of the shape can help you a lot doing the shading right. Well, I think my explanations here are quite wonky. After all, I'm still trying to figure things out myself, so I apologize. My glove is getting a bit sweaty, and therefore sometimes the screen is recognizing some touch inputs. I'm freaking out. Oops, I'm sorry for that. I guess I should take a short break. Doing some stretches for my fingers. I think the forehead is still weird. Alright. Alright, the Lonely Crow, it was very nice to have you here. and I wish you a good night. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with me. Oh, and Summer Tracks, thank you a lot for the follow. Oops. I see, Summer Tracks. I usually don't do the follow back thing, but maybe I'll check out your channel later. Hanami, do you have chilies? Hmm? Hey there, Cypher Centurion. How are you doing? Being a little down? Well, maybe my stream can cheer you up a little. And feel free to hang out and chat. And I'm doing alright. Thank you for asking. Thank you. He's a cutie. Little elf.
It's like, I'm not gonna be silly because Carlos is gonna use all of it, and then she was silly. Hi, Carlos. Bye, Carlos. Bye, Carlos.
Alright. Let's move on to the coloring. The shading took me way too long. I guess I tend to be a bit too perfectionist while on stream. Won't have good looking results. Oh well. So, doing the basic coloring for the furrow. You have to sneeze. Alright, and then on to my favorite part, which are the spots. Jumping randomly again. Well then, I think I'm done with this one here. I don't want to really spend that much more time on it. It's after all just supposed to be a practice drawing and not a full-fledged drawing that I'm going to publish or anything. Right now, as far as I can tell, there are no viewers, but I'm still going to do the recap. I am not quite happy with it, because the form of the head, first of all, is kind of, first of all, too angular and also too tall, the forehead. Oh, hi there, CL Danon. Hi. I'm here. Welcome. Nice to have you here in my chat. I'm doing alright, thank you. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? I just got done with this drawing here. At least I decided to stop continuing this drawing. Oh, thank you. Ah, from Brazil. Interesting. Yeah. So right now what I want to do is think about what I have done wrong compared to the actual anatomy to snow leopards. A challenge. I'm sorry, but I'm actually about to end the stream. And normally I do not accept requests or challenges or something like that. Yeah. Sorry, but seriously, my hand is starting to hurt. I've been drawing a bit too long. How fast can I draw a cat face? 10 seconds or less. It's not gonna look all that great if I draw it in 10 seconds. I'm not a good fast drawer. I take my time, and I take a lot of time. But yeah. So first of all, yeah, the head, the forehead is a bit too tall and not flat enough on the top. What else can I see? The transition from the face to the body is not very good. Then the whole body itself is a bit too tall, I think. Should have done, especially the legs should have been done shorter and also thicker. Not quite happy with the colors, but it's something else. Still need to figure out how the fur color pattern is working. There's a lot of stuff that I still need to figure out. I recognize just now. I realize that's the word. What else? Yeah, the legs are way too thin. It's just the nose. I should kind of stretch the nose to the sides a bit. And a bit flatter. the shape of the head is a bit too angular. I should have done it a bit rounder. I see now. Oh yeah, I should have also added some indications for the claws. The thing is that especially the shape of the head, how their expression looks like, varies a lot among snow leopards. And it's kind of hard to like tell certain rules out of it. It's sometimes they look more tiger-like, and other ones they're much more rounder. Like, I don't know how to compare. I have no idea. Just rounder and softer looking. Yeah, for the fur color I should establish a stronger contrast for sure. Well, that's alright. I'm gonna call it at this point. Let me check real quick to see, first of all, if there's still somebody here on Twitch or also on YouTube. Because if there is still somebody, I could maybe consider doing a raid, which would be the first time. So, well, let me actually figure out how that rating actually works. Okay, so right now there's nobody on Twitch as far as I can see. I wonder if I can still do a raid, although I don't have any viewers. I don't know. Do I count as a person? I ask myself that every day. Not really. Oh, cough. I still want to test it, so let me figure out how this actually works here. As far as I know, there should be something on the dashboard that makes it easier for me to rate somebody, but I can't really find anything. Stream manager? Rate channel, oh okay. No, there we go. So there is something. Alright then, let's see. Let's test it out. I'm gonna type this in here. There should have been two different messages now. Okay, of course on the YouTube side it's not working. Oh, now it is. That was a long delay. Very weird. But okay. So if here's anybody on YouTube still watching, then what you can do is hop over to Twitch. You have the link in the chat, and then when you were there, you don't even need to have an account. You just hang out in the stream, and then I can send you as a viewer over to another stream. And there is certainly somebody I would like to send you to. A lovely person called Masay Anella. She is super wholesome. And as far as I can tell, she's doing art now. So that's perfect. That's more than perfect. Let me actually see what is she doing right now? What is she drawing? Drawing Pokemon from memory. That sounds interesting. Alright, I'm gonna type it again into the chat in case you've missed it. So once again, if you're on YouTube, please click on the link to hop over to Twitch on my side, and then I can start a raid, which means I will send you over to another streamer on Twitch that is a lovely person who is doing some art content. And when you raid, when you're on that site, if you have an account on Twitch, then you can copy that message that is pasted right now into the chat, and just not exactly spam it, because I don't want you to get timed out, but you can go ahead and drop it into her chat. And that's what's raiding all about. Alright, so I'm gonna test it right now. Great channel, Masay Anella. Okay, so if you're ready, I'm going to start the raid now. And I want to thank you for watching. Anybody who is still watching, or maybe you were watching the VOD. I hope you had a chill time, and see you next stream, which is probably going to be in a couple of weeks, because I want to focus on releasing the next tutorials finally. But until then, well, have fun drawing. I'm gonna start the raid now. So, countdown. Have a lovely day or night.